Rozhodčí číslo 1. Judge number 1. Miss Miluše Šafránková, Czech Republic. Rozhodčí číslo 2. Judge number 2. Miss Hatla Björk Sigurðardóttir, Iceland. Rozhodčí číslo 3. Judge number 3. Miss Anna Sormunen, Finland. Rozhodčí číslo 4. Judge number 4. Mr. Larry Monshine, United States of America. Rozhodčí číslo 5. Judge number 5. Mr. Tobias Steindl, Austria. Rozhodčí číslo 6. Judge number 6. Miss Sasha Martinez, Mexico. Rozhodčí číslo 7. Judge number 7. Mr. Yerevan, The Netherlands. Rozhodčí číslo 8. Judge number 8. Miss Hanna Bašová, Slovakia. Rozhodčí číslo 9. Judge number 9. Miss Masako Kubota, Japan. Technický sbor, technical panel. Technický controller, the technical controller, Mr. Attila Sos. Techničtí specialisté, the technical specialist, Miss Lynn Can Tran.
Dell'audio. È giusto? C'è sull'altro?
And Mr. Ravi Valia.
Welcome back to the Ostrava Arena. This amazing location hosted the European Figure Skating Championships 5 years ago. And now this week it is home to some of the world's best junior figure skaters. We've already enjoyed the men's short program and now we look ahead to the women's event. 35 different skaters from 29 different skating nations will take part in the women's short program. Welcome back to the Ostrava Arena in Ostrava for Czech Skate 2022, the second stop on the ISU Junior Grand Prix of figure skating. The men successfully started the day with some brilliant performances in the men's short program, followed up by 8 entries in the pairs event, and now the final event of today, the women's short program. And there, the starting order for the short. And 35 different entries from 27 different skating nations. And as with the first Grand Prix event in Courchevel, incredible ice quality for the skaters performing here. We saw wondrous skating last week in France, particularly from Hana Yoshida, who was triumphant, taking gold in the first Grand Prix event. She landed 8 triples in her free skate there. And there's a step out of the triple axel, indicating that she well could be one of the contenders for the Junior Grand Prix final title. She'll compete again later on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. And here in the Czech Republic, we will be treated to seeing Japan's junior national champion and Korea's junior national champion, some of the likely favorites for the title here. But as with all of the disciplines, wondrous to see development from so many different skating nations, and that was particularly pertinent last week in France, where there were appearances from skating nations who we hadn't seen before compete on the Junior Grand Prix, and that will apply again throughout this weekend. An Estonian, Dutch, Canadian, Czech will start proceedings with Natalie Langebauer from Estonia, being the first to skate in the women's short. As we said, the skaters have to have reached the age of 13 to be able to compete on this stage. And cannot have reached the age of 19 in the women's event by July the 1st of this year. And they'd have to move up to the senior ranks. Again, please get in touch with us on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix YouTube channel and on the social media as well. And just a reminder, having seen some of the comments, great to hear from you and wonderful to know that there are so many avid fans and followers of the sport. Just also really keen to express that we don't want to hear anything other than positive respect for these youngsters, regardless of their current standing, regardless of their ability to win an event or be podium worthy here. The commitment to the sport of skating for everybody competing here. 106 different entries from so many different skating countries. Everybody here will have effectively given up huge chunks of their life to compete at this level. And that just has to warrant respect. And fans of the Junior Grand Prix will know that Ted Barton has done an incredible job of supporting figure skating worldwide. And I think that's what we as fans of the sport really want to endorse and encourage. It's been quite an eye-opener over the last year, seeing how many opinions are held by fans around the world. And whoever your favorite may be, let's respect and appreciate and just be kind online.
Ladies, there is 1 minute left in this warm-up.
1 minute remaining of the warm-up as the skaters make their final attempts at the triple loop. In that case, that one of double or triple loop, a mandatory element for the women. As with the men in pairs, 7 elements to be completed in the short program.
Ladies, your warm-up has ended. Please leave the ice. First to skate, representing Estonia, Natalie Langebauer, Estonsko.
Natalie Langebauer from Estonia, the 18-year-old, will start the women's short program. Skating to Love on the Brain by Rihanna. What an excellent way to start the women's short program from Estonian Natalie Langebauer. A really clean skate, and that's brilliant. Natalie, greeted by her coach, Katarina Kalenda. And I shared the shuttle bus from the hotel, sorry, from the airport to the hotel with Natalie and her coach. She was explaining how excited she is to compete here. She just demonstrated not just clean elements, but good flow, good glide here. Opening triple loop, almost textbook landing, great flow and glide. And although ever so slightly off axis on the landing of this triple flip, she resisted the temptation to do the double three turn and put on a double toe. And here, back inside rocker, forward inside counter, changing edge. Entry commonly used by many of the skaters now. Stepping up into the double axel, which was late in the program, doing that to accrue some more points. And looking composed and relaxed when I'm sure she wants to squeal with delight. What a great way to perform in her Junior Grand Prix. And Natalie won an Estonian test skate where she scored 60 points there in order to secure her place on the Grand Prix.
Natalie has earned in her short program 56.00 points, and she is currently in first place. Next to skate, representing the Netherlands, Julia van Dyke.
16-year-old Julia van Dyke, who will skate to I Love Paris.
Comme toujours, elle est belle, comme toujours, tous les jours, tout le temps. Dans le noir du soleil, le brouillard ouvre la glace. Un peu beaucoup, passionnément. Comme toujours, tous les jours, tout le temps. Dans le noir du soleil, le brouillard ouvre la glace. Un peu beaucoup, passionnément. Parce qu'ici, il y a une amour.
And another solid skate, this time from the second competitor here, Julia van Dyke from Netherlands.
Julia van Dyke, the Netherlands.
And such strength and attack through the jumping passes, and greeted by her coach there. And her coach expressing the positivity and optimism in figure skating in the Netherlands. Johan Hanapal promoting figure skating there. Here, just a hand down on the triple lotus double toe. And now we see Julia in the counter turn, prepping and checking back for triple loop. Just a little bit of the rotation there done on the ice, lowering the grade of execution. But a look now to see the step sequence, trying to get that level of complexity. Here, rocker, counter, and twizzle. Her first combination of turns. That one of the features had to be 2 combinations of turns, and they have to be just 1 repeat step. That one of the new criteria this year here, bracket, counter, and forward outside loop for Julia. She finishing possession, and as I said, her coach stressing how positive things are looking. Lindsay van Zunder, 18th at the Olympics earlier this year for the Netherlands. And we saw Isabella Smit finishing 17th in Courchevel last week. So lots of representation in Dutch skating. And that depth of competition only spells the way for exciting things to come. Choreography by Maya Luther. And a great team effort by all. Julia competed at Junior World. She was 20th there in March. The PB of 54.61 in the short program at that event.
The scores, please. Julia has earned in her short program a total of 46.17 points, and she is currently in 2nd place.
46.17 for Julia.
Next to skate, representing Canada, Saramo Dupuis, Canada.
Saramo Dupuis, 17-year-old, born in Montreal, who will skate to Take the A train by Nikki Yanovsky. And a punchy finish. On the music for Saramo Dupuis from Canada. Sarah, I'm sure, will be a little frustrated not to have managed to get the triple combination at the start of the program. But great choreography. David Wilson listed as her choreographer, and he's responsible for some of the great work by Yuna Kim, Olympic champion, of course, in 2010. And you can see that stylistic influence here at the start of the program. But this, I'm sure Saramo will be reliving the opening lutz, just slipping a little on takeoff and not having enough speed to gather her through to make that a triple combination. Just triple lutz, double toe. Good ice coverage heading into the triple loop. And transitioning out of it. This, I just got the tail end of this. Changing edge in the layback feature. Really difficult. The Higgelson sister, I remember doing that. It's incredibly difficult and very rare to see to get the level of the layback up. And no issues with the axle. And again, every element interspersed with choreographic content. Judges wanting to see that connection between and within the elements. And here, presentation and expression delivered to the judging panel to try to encourage as high a program component score as is possible. Saramo did 6 clean triples, winning the Skate Canada's Next Gen competition in July, securing her place on the Junior Grand Prix. And indeed, I've seen clean triple axel from practice on her Instagram as well. So lots in reserve technically. Let's see what happens in the free skate as well for Dupuis from Canada.
The scores, please. Saramo has earned in her short program 51.11 points, and she is currently in 2nd place. On the ice, representing the Czech Republic, Katarina Hanastova.
The first Czech skater competing here in Ostrava, Katarina Hanastova, just 13 years old. Skating to What About Us by Pink. Lots to be very proud of for Czech skater Katarina Hanastova. And her ISU biography says she only can skate 3 hours per week in the low season, which is incomparable to that of some of the athletes that she's competing against here, and all the more admirable then for what she's just produced. And from a transitions perspective, abundant transitions throughout the program. And you can see the mazurka jump leading into the triple toe. No debate on the cleanliness of the rotation, and she had a little stumble preceding that jump, and I wasn't sure how things would transpire. Equally, judging by the preparation for the triple loop, it didn't look like she had confidence for the element itself. And yet, as we get to it, well done. And talking about transitions here, split jump. And then right forward inside bracket, back catch spiral position, and then steps up into this, the double axel. So loads of transitional content which should be reflected in the composition. Just a shame that just legs were too tired to sink into the knee bend to support that landing position on the double axel. Really good, clear, visible change of speed. You'll see the pull here. That's a level feature, one of the new required options for features to get the level 4 this year, and their difficult exit with the knee slide. So skating skills, still a little work to be done for the amount of speed and ice coverage that Katarina will see from some of the stronger skaters and more experienced skaters that she's competing against. But she has represented herself incredibly well, particularly, as I say, based on the vastly reduced training time that she has access to.
The scores, please. Katarina has earned in her short program 40.00 points, and she is currently in 4th place.
40 points for Katarina Hanastova from the Czech Republic.
And last to skate in this group, representing Malaysia, Catherine Ong Pui Kwan, Malaysian.
Incredibly proud to represent Malaysia. Catherine back on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. And she will skate to the classic tango piece, Libertango by Astor Piazzolla. Catherine Ongpui Kwan from Malaysia. Not the optimal skate she was wanting for, nevertheless, definite quality visible. And Catherine did explain to me that she has had an ankle injury this season and still recovering from that now, and that has hampered her training. And that perhaps indication of why she struggled towards the end with the likes of the double axel, because she may not have had the opportunity as a result of the injury to get the relevant number of run-through passes in. But definite quality, definite potential visible, and she has even been working triple axel on the harness before, so she's mindful and aware of what is necessity moving forward towards the senior ranks. And this, the opening triple loop. Good air position, just stepping out of that element. But the technique, evidently strong. This back three Mohawk entry, covering lots of ice as she steps up into triple salco. And double toe, and just tight on landing. That could be, she hasn't competed on the Junior Grand Prix since 2019. So it's possible that's a little bit of competition experience and prep. Ina Bauer stepping up into double axel, and as I mentioned, she's worked on triple axel previously and a little bit over-rotated with the body on the double axel, hence the step out in the fall. As we look now to combination spin. There, the intermediate position, picking up into the I-spin position, needing to get 2 rotations clearly done. Music was running out of time, so whether or not the technical panel thought she established the position for 2 rotations remains to be seen. Just coming up as a level 2 on our screens here. She works with Jonathan Kassar. Some great choreography, just as we've seen with some other athletes early in the season.
The scores, please. Catherine has earned in her short program 32.95 points, and she is...
So no reflection of Catherine's potential, 32.95, and wishing her all the very best for a strong free skate to come.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their warm-up. From Poland, Veronica Ferlin. From Kazakhstan, Nuria Suleimani. From Slovakia, Vanessa Sanukova. From the Czech Republic, Michaela Drashkova. From Switzerland, Sarina Groom. And from Finland, Rosa Rappingen.
The next group of skaters takes to the ice. With lots of different skating nations being represented. And as with the men's and the pairs disciplines, we urge you to get in touch. But with that in mind, it is evident on the YouTube chat how much passion and fervor there is for the sport. And fascinating to see that there can be some negative comments sent out towards the skaters. And we just urge you to remember that these young skaters are trying their best, and we should value their courage and be respectful towards them. Negative sentiment, bad language won't be tolerated. Don't do that, guys. Please be kind to one another, be kind to these skaters. Everybody's at different levels of their development, different stages of their skating journey. But these young athletes put themselves out for us to enjoy and debate their progress. They don't ask for attack. And I think in light of the world that we live in, it's all the more pertinent that we support one another and be kind to each other. Please, let's see that happening on the YouTube channel. We did add chance to communicate on there, and we'd love to still hear from you. Questions, interest, things are changing this year. We have got developments because it's the beginning of a new Olympic cycle, and thus changes have been made to the requirements. Changes have been made even to the way the sport is judged. This year we've gone from 5 program component scores down to 3, and that in itself will constitute some slight changes to the way that programs are constructed and to the focus perhaps that some of the choreographers and the coaches will have in the day-to-day training. But nevertheless, everybody here aspiring to create world-class, beautiful skating skills. There is no doubt in my mind that all of the 35 competitors will desire to skate as beautifully as some of the world's best names in our sport. And hopefully all of these young athletes are mindful and attentive to some of the legends in the sport. Now, with access to YouTube, and presumably the majority of these youngsters having access to smart devices, they will be able to check up on some of the great names of figure skating. And fascinating to see that some of those great names are now ringside coaching the stars of the future. And earlier today, I got the chance to catch up with Hungary's Julia Sebastian. And she, a European champion back in the early noughties, and arguably the owner of the best triple lutz that the world has seen, certainly in the women's discipline. It's an epic jump, and she's now here working with some Hungarian skaters and passing on her knowledge and expertise. And we've seen that too with Bruno Masso, Olympic champion in 2018 in the pairs event. He now too ringside as well. So really exciting to see that lineage of skating and how that education will carry on through to these youngsters. First skater taking to the ice, Veronica Ferlin from Poland. She's not too far from Poland here in the Czech Republic. Indeed, some of the athletes flying into Krakow and then taking the journey here to Ostrava, to this amazing venue. It has a capacity of just under 10,000 seats and used for, most commonly for the ice hockey, which is incredibly popular here. As I've said before, it has been home to the European Championships as well. It's just a fantastic venue. And for some of the skaters, that in itself, just an amazing opportunity to be a part of. I was hearing from some of the skaters in this event that they have to share the ice unbelievably with hockey skaters. And that just gives you an indication to the diverse range of training environments that these athletes share. And all the more reason to demonstrate that respect to everybody coming from different experiences towards this event. Estonia's Natalie Langebauer leads the field after the first 5 entries. She has a score of 56 points over Canada's Saramo Dupuis. In second place currently with 51.11. 5 skaters so far have performed, with 30 remaining women yet to compete.
Ladies, your warm-up is ended. Please leave the ice. First to skate, representing Poland, Veronica Ferlin, Polsko.
Veronica Ferlin, the 14-year-old from Poland, another skater with limited training time, just 4 hours per week in the low season. She skates to excerpts from the Mulan soundtrack. Veronica Ferlin from Poland. And given that she can only skate 4 hours per week in the low season, that utterly amazing, really good quality triple salchow double toe within the program. But reliving that double axel won't be nice. Oh, tough fall on that jump. And choosing to use music from Mulan, you can see the suggestion to that style within the costume as well. Here, opening loop, little short of rotation there and two-footed. But this was great. Good air position, gets good flow on the landing of the triple salchow, and keeps that through the double toe. Late in the program, legs tiring, drives up, big double axel, just loose in the air. Painful fall on that axel. And Veronica will be mindful of the need to increase the technical element score. You can see you're using the difficult exit of the butterfly to up the level of that sit spin at the end of the program. But she, I'm sure, in practice will be working on triple flip and triple lutz, but lovely to see. Embracing the experience, smiling, relishing the fact that she's representing Poland here. And I saw her coach having the cuddly toy rinkside in practice. That's obviously important to her, and we mustn't forget that these women are often still young. And as we said last week in Courchevel, amazing that these skaters will withstand the physical demands and stresses of the act of skating whilst also coping with being a teenager, which can in itself be so challenging too. Yulia Polniuk, her compatriot from Poland, competed last week. She was 19th in that event.
Veronica has earned in her short program 33.54 points, and she is currently...
And a nod of acceptance for 33.54 for Veronica Ferlin from Poland.
Next to skate, representing Kazakhstan, Nuria Suleiman, Kazakhstan.
Nuria Suleiman from Kazakhstan. She has the same jump content planned as Veronica Ferlin, starting with triple salchow double toe to the music Joke's on You. Well, award for the best pointed toes and free foot extension for Nuria Suleiman from Kazakhstan. Real mindfulness to the extension in her ankle throughout the step sequence and beyond, even in air position as well. And I'm sure Nuria will have been inspired by Elizabeth Tursunbayeva, the 2019 world silver medalist from Kazakhstan as well. You can see in these slow motions the extension of her feet. And good extension even there on that back three turn, but starting to show the caution that she took into the jumps. Good air position with a bit of pre-rotation on that double toe as the second part of the jump combination. And here you can just see hesitation, slowing in speed for the triple loop element. Long setup, nice pointed toes, but still a bit short of rotation. And in diminishing the speed, that will affect both the program component scores and the grade of execution of the element. So a bit of a double hit there because she's cautious. You can see on the front of the skate there, scratching as she enters into the double axel, but no need, double axel was okay. And a lovely aesthetic across the ice. "16 years old." And I'm sure being here, seeing some of the stronger skaters might give her the courage to just be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to the ice coverage and the speed and flow coming into the bigger elements, the triple jumps, which she will be using. And so many of the women we've seen skate already today have used triple salto or triple toe, two of the easier triple jumps as part of their jump combination. We'll see others attempting, probably the most difficult element attempted will be triple lutz, triple toe in this event. So relatively easier technical element score, making it challenging to stay in contention. But as we've said before, it's not necessarily fighting for medals, but so much as personal bests and experience. And to me, the best thing here is seeing Ariya look happy with experience while she sits and waits for her marks in the kiss and cry area.
Nuria has earned in her short program 35.35 points, and she is currently in 5th place. On the ice, representing Slovakia, Vanessa Sanukova, Slovensko.
15-year-old Vanessa Sanukova, who will skate to Eyes on Fire by Supermassive Black Hole by Muse. Strong skate for Vanessa Sanukova from Slovakia. Her planned program intention was to do a triple-triple at the start of the program, but electing to do just double toe after that opening triple lutz, and potentially a wise move. She's been 14th at her 2 Junior Grand Prix assignments last year, so she'll be looking to make it into the top 10. It's a strong event here with so many competitors. As we look now at the opening triple lutz, just checking the rotation on the landing of this lutz as to whether or not it was fully rotated. But I think a little bit of that was done on the ice. And Vanessa rotates in a clockwise direction. So you see her here, less conventional direction. She's joined by some great skaters there. Rocker, counter, twizzle, exit off the landing of that triple loop. Caitlin Osmond, Canadian former world champion. Karolina Kostner, former world champion. They both rotated the same direction as Vanessa. As you see her using some different intermediate spin position features within her combination spin. The sit forward position and the pickup, making sure that the technical panel see clear rotation to justify that extra level and accrue more points. So the skating skill is strong. Perhaps the composition of the program, the choreography and the transitional content, not synced up to the music as much as the judges would like to make it easy to reward Vanessa in the first component score. And maybe not for the presentation, the variety or contrast of different movements and energy. But this was good, the exit, doing that back counter, trying to get, again, all those level features ticked off.
The scores, please. Vanessa has earned in her short program 46.62 points, and she is currently in third place.
.62 for the Slovakian and into third place.
Next to skate, representing the Czech Republic, Michala Vršťáková. Česká republika.
So the second entrant from the home nation, the Czech Republic, skating to hit the road jack, 17-year-old Michala Vršťáková.
Don't you come back no more.
Michaela Vrastakova from the Czech Republic.
Michaela Vrastakova, Czech Republic.
17-year-old. She's been on the Junior Grand Prix circuit before and looks ready for the leap to the senior ranks. Indeed, she reminds me of the 9 times Czech champion Eliska Brezinova. Such big, solid jumping technique, creating lots of height. And just for those of you watching on the YouTube channel, the grey box on the top left-hand corner gives you an indication as to the judges' grades of execution. So green boxes mean a positive grade of execution, grey boxes mean deemed at base, and red boxes. That triple loop will have had to have a red box because of the two-footed landing. As unfortunately, despite all the height on that triple toe, the pitched forward landing and the short back outside edge will force the judges to go negative grade of execution and therefore a red box during the performance in the top left-hand corner of your screen. As we see Michaela stepping up into, big double axel, just a little bit over-rotated. And unfortunately, that too suffering from a negative GOE, or grade of execution. So, had Michaela been able to stick those back outside edges and hang on to a good flowing edge out of the element, I'm sure the judges would have rewarded her positively thanks to the good height that she has. But unfortunately, those step outs and mistakes force the judges, following their training, to give a negative grade of execution. But when they're good, they're very good. And we look forward to seeing Michaela's jumps within the free skate, proudly showing off the Czech flag, Czech Republic flag, in the kiss and cry.
The scores, please. Michaela has earned in her short program 40.44 points, and she is currently in 5th place. Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Sarina Yours, Szwajcarsko.
Sarina is one of 2 sisters competing here in Ostrava. She skates to Après Moi by Regina Spektor. Wonderful job by Sarina Yus from Switzerland. The 16-year-old really showcasing great commitment to the Regina Spektor music. She's greeted by Jorge Chipper, her coach. She works with a contemporary dance teacher, Maya Luther, and they've had a 2-year collaboration, which you can really see evident in the expression. And we'll see in some of the instant replays, some of the commitment to that presentation mark as you look now. Triple lutz, triple toe, technical panel might question some of the rotation and just slowing down. So not loads of height or length within the double axel, but what is great is the commitment to the choreography, seamlessly interspersing the element with transitional content out. And again, fingertip extension commitment into the triple loop. And technical panel, happy to see that it's fully rotated, giving maximum base value for the element for Sarina. But here you can see such commitment through the difficult turns within the steps. He was not quite completing that forward outside loop, unfortunately, before she did the 3-turn, which the tech panel would have loved to see, but definitely committed to the expression. And demonstrating great flexibility through the back bend finish position. Personal best from the Junior Grand Prix last year at the Baltic Cup, 44.71 there, but the Swiss skater likely to squash that score following that performance here in Ostrava.
The scores, please. Sarina has earned in her short program 54.72 points, and she is currently in second place.
54.72. Thumbs up from Coach Jorge, and into second place for Sarina Yus.
Last to skate in this group, representing Finland, Rosa Rappingen, Finsko.
15-year-old Rosa Rappingen from Finland. She's chosen music by Taylor Swift for her short program. So if you caught the top left-hand corner of your screen, you'll have seen just a negative GUE on that last spin. A couple of spin issues for Rosa, but jump-wise, she represented herself well, and her coach looks satisfied. Choosing to use Taylor Swift. Wonderful that the skaters have relative free reign on their music choice, and given that the athletes will have to listen to these program choices, both for their short program and their free skate, likely every day for many months, great that Rosa's chosen something she loves. Here you see the opening triple lutz double toe. And then this, the best element, I think, the triple loop. Good flow out of that. And stepping forwards, presenting towards the judges. Let's look to the double axel. Armor loft. Little change of edge on the landing, but a lovely back three-turn extension into that forward inside counter. Stepping into the spin then. Her compatriot Nella Pelkonen had a great short last week in Courchevel, scoring 58.42. And I'm sure that these great Finnish women will be competing all season long to try to secure the spot for Junior Worlds, which will be held in Calgary, Canada, February 27th next year. With this Junior Grand Prix Series, the stepping stones towards that. And then on, in their future, hopefully, to competing for their nation at the highest ISU Senior Championships, European, Four-Continent World Championships, and ultimately the Olympic Games. That's the trajectory for the athletes, and that's what I'm sure Rosa Rappingen wants.
In her short program, 48.29 points, and she is currently in 4th place.
So into 4th place for Rosa Rappingen with 48.29.
The women's short program will continue after the ice resurfacing.
So 2 groups of women have competed already, and Natalie Langebauer from Estonia leads at this stage. 24 more skaters left to compete. So join us after the resurface, but during that resurface we will be treated to more of the International Skating Union's Elements Explained series. 3 videos coming up you don't want to miss from the various different centers of excellence around the globe. The first of the 3 videos, we will go to Detroit, and we will be introduced to the butterfly. Transitional content and one of the flying spin entries some use this season. In the next video, we stay in Detroit for another one of the flying spin entries, looking at flying sit spin. And then the third and the final International Skating Union Elements Explained video that we'll show during this resurface will happen in Oberstdorf, where we will look at the flying camel, and that one of the mandatory elements this season. So join us, stay tuned to watch these excellent explanatory videos, and then come back to watch more great skating from the Ostrava arena here in Ostrava in the Czech Republic for the conclusion towards the end of the women's short program.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence here in Bloomfield Hill, Michigan. My name is Sergey Zaitsev, and today I will introduce you to the one of the most beautiful skating moves called butterfly. This beautiful move was brought up to a figure skating from the dancing stage. It can be utilized as a transitional move or as an entrance to the spin or spin combination. This element may not be the easiest one to learn, but today we're going to show you a couple of exercises that hopefully going to lead you into the better understanding how to perform this element. You could start learning this move by using skating boards. As you can see in the video performed by our skaters, this element have a fantastic look. It can be performed as a single or as a pairs. The butterfly is a pretty advanced move. It's not an easy, but there's a path to go there. What is important about this element is that it's required all upper body, core, legs, arms, and head to work as a one unit. And huge and very important is to get every single other work in one moment at the same time. Thank you for joining us here today at Detroit Skating Club. I hope you enjoyed this video, and please stay tuned. There's more fun and exciting videos coming up from the ISU Center of Excellence. Bye everybody!
Hello, welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence. My name is Gabe Woodruff from the Detroit Skating Club in Michigan, and I'm here to help you guys through the flying sit spin. Our two main ingredients for a successful flying sit spin are the jump height and the position in the air. First and foremost, in order to incorporate the fly, we first have to master the proper sit spin position, meaning nice and low, quads parallel to the ice, pressing the ball of that foot down, and squeezing your body nice and firm. A great exercise I use before the skater even attempts the element is right here on the boards. This enables them to feel that tuck actual sit position in the air before they actually apply it in the spin. After you have mastered a very low, firm, proper sit spin position, you need to incorporate the jump height, which means getting low in that skating leg, creating a nice curve just like you would do for your plain sit spin, and exploding out of that left knee in a firm, basic sit spin position. As you saw in the video, there were difficult variations performed on the landing of the sit spin, which is only possible with the proper technique of the fly, the proper technique of the position in the air. Once those are mastered, then the variations are able to be performed. With lots of hard work and patience, I hope those tools will prove helpful in your quest for a successful flying sit spin.
Welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence here in Oberstdorf, Germany. Today we're going to look at the spin element, the flying camel. Let's check it out. As an exercise to train the jump of the flying camel, the skater can take a position at the barrier, place the standing toe in the ice so that the foot doesn't glide, and take a jump where the first free leg doesn't drop lower than the hip. Just like in a basic camel spin, try and reach the flat back position before the takeoff on the forward outside edge. In flight, stretch the arms and legs like a starfish so you can use those to accelerate into your final spin position. And as an exercise to train the finding of the toe before the jump and a bit the flat back position before the jump, the skater can take the forward outside edge, find the toe, and step over. Thanks for joining us while we broke down the flying camel. Stay tuned for more videos to come from Oberstdorf and the other centers of excellence. See you later.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their warm-up. From Israel, Gabriella Greenberg. From Japan, Mao Shimada. From Vietnam, Lynn Can Tran. From Moldova, Marika Armenia. From the United States of America, Nia Palin. And from the Republic of Korea, Min So Kwon.
Again, thanks to those sending in questions. On Twitter, we've had small_chipmunk ask, what is your favorite type of element to watch? Oof. I think the advances in our sport make it incredibly exciting now as we see so many new elements attempted and mastered. And even in the off-season, we've seen Ilya Malinin successfully landing quadruple axels, which is an incredibly exciting development to see happen in the sport of figure skating, something so few believe could even be considered achievable. That said, sometimes the simplest of elements can be the most beautiful to watch. I think there are a few elements as elegant and graceful as a well-delivered layback spin. And that leads me to the next question. Do you think that spins and steps should be valued as much as the jumps? And the new system, for those of you new to the sport, or the system that was introduced in 2004, has a set value assigned to each of the technical elements. And for a little bit of context, the triple lutz jump, which is one of the harder jumps attempted by the women competing, that's worth 5.9 points at base value, whereas a level 4 step sequence, which is a rarity, is worth 3.9 points at base value, and a level 4 change foot combination spin worth 3.5. So arguably the jumps are weighted more so than the spins and the steps. However, when we get to the very upper echelons of the sport, many of the skaters are attempting the same technical difficulties, and the likes of a level 4 step can make a difference to the ultimate end result, as those fine detail that can separate the top few. And then questions coming through on YouTube as we watch the skaters partway through their warm-up. How cold is the arena? Well, I can confidently report that the Ostrava arena here in the Czech Republic is amazingly warm. And whilst Courchevel in France was an exceptional venue, it's even milder here. Skaters are being treated to exceptionally good conditions here to compete in. As we see nice triple loop from the American Mia Callan. And a comfortably clean triple flip, triple toe from Kwon from Korea. Other questions coming in. What is your favorite type What is my favorite element? Wow. I wonder if that's for me to indeed skate. I think like many competing here, so many of the single skaters love to jump. I loved to jump. That eludes me now. And I'm sure that's the thrill for so many competing in the single skating, the thrill and excitement of jumping.
There's 1 minute left to the end of your warm-up.
And we will see Mao Shimada, who was on your screen there. She's capable of landing quadruple jumps in practice, and the thrill and excitement mixed with the trepidation and anxiety of attempting these extremely difficult technical elements provides a lot of exhilaration, indeed, as does competing on this stage. Whilst all of the competitors on the ice now will be filled with understandable nerves, I'm sure they are all, I'm sure later in their lives, they will look back on this amazing opportunity to compete in some of the highest levels of the sport of figure skating around the world alongside some of the best. Please keep sending in your questions using the hashtag JGPFigure.
Ladies, your warm-up has ended. Please leave the ice.
As we see 5 of the skaters now forced to leave the ice and leave the rink for Gabriella Greenberg from Israel. Gabriella just marking through the elements planned for her short program. She intends to start with triple toe loop, double toe loop.
Gabriella Greenberg, Israel.
Just 13 years old. And taking to the ice in style with that Ina power. Skating to music, Jungle by Emma Louise, Gabriella Greenberg. confident display from Gabriella Greenberg from Israel.
Gabriella Greenberg, Israel.
And you see now her performance punctuated with a finish beyond the music. And she took to the ice with that glorious Ina bar. She's obviously been well packaged and well prepared for this event, looking confident despite her relative lack of experience, just 13 years old. And these opening transitions all attempting to bolster those program component scores as we look to see the triple toe, which wasn't optimal for her, but salvaged it well with the double toe at the end. And there, the tail end of the Ina bar that she used to get onto the ice, transitioning to an inside bracket and then the double axel at the end of it. So, and this was good, the counter and the clockwise rotational hop. Love that. The sit behind, difficult spin position. And then this illusion to try to get the difficult exit feature. Last week, Ella Chen from Israel competed brilliantly in Courchevel. She performed fantastically well, very memorable. Gabriella there with the triple loop, doing her best to compete with Ella. And always great to know that there's competition within any nation, as we see Gabriella's Bielmann spin position towards the end of her program.
The scores, please. Gabriella has earned in her short program 47.84 points, and she is currently in 5th place.
47.84 for the Israeli skater Gabriella Greenberg, moving into 5th place at this point in the competition.
On the ice, representing Japan, Mao Shimada, Japonsko.
So an incredible talent here, Mao Shimada. She's been phenomenal in practice here in Ostrava. And she starts her program with triple loop, skating to the music from the Lion King soundtrack. Phenomenal performance from Mao Shimada from Japan. She wowed Japanese fans by winning the Japanese Novice Championships and the Junior Championships in the same year. The first time that's been done since Shizuka Arakawa 27 years ago. And Shizuka Arakawa went on to become Olympic champion in 2006. Does that title look to be something that Mao Shimada could do herself? She's named after the great Mao Asada, former world champion from Japan and Olympic silver medalist. And here you see beautiful forward outside spiral transitioning into a change of edge and then bracket, stepping up into a double axel that has the smoothest of back outside edges, followed by that glorious back spiral. And not only are the technical elements delivered with quality, but she has a glorious open posture and neckline, making her skating skills look effortless too. This was the jump combination triple lutz, and potentially more elevation on the second part of the combination with, again, another stunning landing position at the end. Flying camel, changing position to the forward inside edge with the layover and increasing speed. That one of the clear bullet points for the judges to give a higher grade of execution in this donut position, and then the camel up position. Every element considered brilliantly, and transitional content like this outside spread eagle, hitting the musical accents, ensuring that the presentation mark is high as well. Fantastic spin content and spin quality, and this was mesmeric, getting the 8 rotations as a feature in this difficult position and accelerating to force the judges. We'd be fascinated to see what the grade of execution is. I think there may have been some +5s within that spin combination, which is the maximum awarded. Shibayama from Japan won the short program last week in Courchevel with 67 points. Mao Shimada here in Ostrava
Mao has earned in her short program 71.
Scores a whopping 71.49. And that will be very hard to beat from Mao Shimada from Japan.
On the ice, representing Vietnam, Lynn Can Tran, Vietnam.
She was the first Vietnamese skater on the Junior Grand Prix back in 2019. She returns now. Lynn Can Tran. And she skates to Stella's theme. A very empathic reaction from the crowd to what was a difficult skate for Lynn Can Tran. Heart really goes out to her. That was a tough performance, and yet she's an incredibly delicate skater. Nice line, beautiful style across the ice. But I'm sure it was a challenge to have to follow Mao Shimada, who was so brilliant. You really do feel for the athlete. Having seen from her social media pages, she has been out in Ostrava from at least the 18th of August, so she's been here committing to this event. And I'm sure just like Mao Shimada, she too desperate to give her absolute personal best. She started immediately with the step sequence, and you can see a decent level of edge set. Good posture throughout, but the jumps just eluded her. And there, unfortunately, the double loops, nor the double loop. Something that she could rely upon in the short program. But just as she stands in her finished position, she has a very elegant neckline. Lots of positives about her style across the ice. And a crowd that appreciates all the commitment that all of the athletes give here and getting to compete here. She skated in France also before this and commented on the quality of the ice, so perhaps not used to this kind of training environment.
In her short program, 11.38 points, and she is currently in 14th place.
11.38 for Lynn Can Tran.
Next to skate, representing Moldova, Marika Greenberg.
Marika Greenberg from Moldova. The 15-year-old skates to tout l'univers. She will open with double axel. And you can see the disappointment for Maria Greenberg. Total respect and kudos to Maria. When the previous skater, Lynn Can Tran, was struggling through her performance, I could see in back of shot Maria applauding her competitor, and that testament to her being a good human. So total respect to her for that. And while she demonstrated humanity then, I'm sure seeing that difficult performance from Lynn Can Tran will have had an impact upon her as well. Such a field of emotion this event. You can see here the extension on the back crossovers, good quality skating skill, keeping flow and glide, but then holding back a bit. There, the wally jump, and then just scratching on the back outside edge to slow herself down as she entered into the double axel. And here you see the prep for the triple loop, and that will be downgraded, so half of the rotation, last half of the rotation done on the ice rather than in the air. And Maria electing to go for double loops, and unfortunately just opening up there on what I'm thinking will go down as a single toe loop. But ice coverage good. She works with Andrea Vaturi as choreographer, and you can see the influence of the ice dancers and the Italian skating skills. There's lots of positives, but technically Maria can't be competitive. That said, the Figure Skating Federation of the Republic of Moldova will be delighted to have representation here. And I'm sure in practices this morning, being able to skate on the same ice as Mao Shimada will have been inspiring and motivation to return to her home rink in Torino.
The scores, please. Maria has earned in her short program 28.95 points, and she is currently in 14th
28.95 for Maria Greenberg from Moldova.
Next to skate, representing the United States of America, Mia Kalin, Spojené státy americké.
Lots of excitement and buzz about the next skater, Mia Kalin from the United States of America. She will skate to Power of Mind. Mia Callan from the United States of America, and she could very well follow in the footsteps of Isabeau Levito and Lindsay Thorngren, who both found themselves on the podium at the Junior World Championships in March earlier this year in Tallinn. And what's potentially even more exciting is that Mia can land clean quadruple jumps as well, and that may come in her free skate. Not allowed to perform that in the short program here in the junior women's event, but an indication that this is a young woman with incredible potential. Also clean style. You can see transitioning with the free leg extensions up into the double axel, which has the look of a jump that could make triple if not already done so. And as with the axel, transitioning into and out of the next jump with that lovely spread eagle to follow. Total respect to this. Triple lutz, triple toe late in the program, therefore accruing a higher base value because it's after the halfway point, but also musically. There was such a delay in music, and she waited, perfectly phrasing that triple lutz, triple toe for the accent in the music. And although the landing wasn't great, that is a definite bullet point. Musicality is going to please judges from any nation. Not the same spin quality as the leader Mao Shimada, nor the same fundamental skating skills in regards to the flow and the glide, but huge potential and hopefully a very exciting future for Mia Callan, the 14-year-old from America who looks very comfortable and expectant of a clean skate. I'm sure she's trained incredibly hard to get there and deliver a performance like that.
Mia has earned in her short program 59.24 points, and she is currently in second place.
.24, but it looks like Mia Callan once more, and that makes for an exciting future.
Last to skate in this group, representing the Republic of Korea, Min-so Kwon, Yishi Gora.
Another 13-year-old, this time from Korea. Min-so Kwon skates to Dance Macabre. Another incredibly clean performance. This time from Min Seok-kwon from Korea. The 13-year-old showing no signs of nerves in each of her 7 elements. All the spins showing up as level 4, step sequence even showing up as level 4 as well. And she's greeted by her coach responsible for Yoo-jae Kim, who finished in 3rd place last week at the first Grand Prix in Courchevel, and also same coach had 4th and 5th place competitors at the Junior World Championships in March in Tallinn. So she is in a training environment conducive to the creation of supremely successful young women. And that the opening triple loop, punctuated by musicality and extreme expression. We missed just that knee slide transition that leads into this double axel. Incredibly difficult to maintain flow with the knee slide before it. But she continues on. And like Mia Callan is saving the triple-triple for the second half of the program. And we have to pick fine details. You can see the extension and free leg turnout, just not as clean as Mao Shimada. But we have to pick fine detail here in what is otherwise an incredible feat from the 13-year-old. I'm sure she and her team will be aware that the program component scores still need development. The fundamental skating skills will be that which separates her from the Japanese leader at this stage. And there is no doubt in my mind that that will be worked upon well by her and Jung Kyung Choi, the coach, alongside her in the kiss and cry currently. She's the current Korean junior champion.
Min Seok has earned in her short program 62.73 points, and she is currently in 2nd place.
Nod of approval from coach to score 62.73 and shoot into 2nd place.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their warm-up. From Germany, Alessia Ray. From Indonesia, Kelly Elizabeth Supaga. From New Zealand, Marika Armstrong. From Bulgaria, Maria Manova. From Switzerland, Noemi Jos. And from Slovenia, Zala Groom.
We look now to the next 6 women who take to the ice. The women's short program here has shown some incredible performances already, with the top 3 women, indeed the top 4 at very least, skating cleanly and closing in on their personal best performances. And we hope the same for the next 3 groups. We're halfway through the event. And Mao Shimada, who leads at this stage, posting the biggest short program score over the 2 events so far. Ostrava, the home to the 2nd stage of the Junior Grand Prix Series. We have 7 events in total. And from those 7, top 6 skaters in each of the 4 disciplines will be selected and invited to skate in the Grand Prix final in Torino, which in itself is also an incredible venue and home to so many elite skating events. For most of the competitors, if they have 2 Grand Prix assignments, they may compete in some other international competitions, with national championships often held in December and in January, and that can be the decider for many of the entries into the ISU championships, which conclude the skating calendar. We touched on the Junior World Championships being held in Calgary, Canada, 27th of February to March the 3rd. And that, like last year's event in Estonia and Tallinn, will be a celebration of some of the best young skaters in the world. Chipper again, ringside. He responsible for 2 skaters who have already competed. And such is the case for many competitors. Often hubs form around the world. And we have seen that already with the leader, Mao Shimada. She trains in Japan, and she training mates with Hana Yoshida, who won the Junior Grand Prix in Courchevel. An exposure to other elite athletes, undoubted inspiration. Skaters just warming up the mandatory loop jump. Now moving forward towards the end of the event, it will be the grades of execution which help to secure skating in the top group for the free skate. Top 6 will form the final group in the free skate, with the women's free happening on Saturday. Day off competition for the women tomorrow, but they will be offered the chance to practice in the practice rink here. Another beautiful ice surface is under the same roof.
Ladies, there is 1 minute left in this warm-up.
So the women conclude the events here today, but tomorrow it will be the start of the dance event with the rhythm dance, followed by the pairs free and the men's free, where we will see the first of the medals decided. And the final day of competition, Saturday, September 3rd, with the women's free and the dance free. Great to see in the official hotel the athletes celebrating being here together. Such amazing life experience for them. Although there is seemingly huge pressure on them all, and they will all be incredibly eager to deliver performances that they can be proud of. Just by representing your nation on this stage is a huge accomplishment in itself. And as I said in previous groups, the volume of work taken to get to this standard, quite incomprehensible.
First to skate, representing Germany, Alessia Ray, Gdansk.
A hug from her longtime coach Julia, as Alessia Ray, the 14-year-old German junior champion, skates appropriately to the music Black and Gold, making for an easy costume choice.
If the fish swam out of the ocean and moved legs and they started walking, and the hips climbed down from the trees and grew tall and they started talking, and the stars fell out of the sky, and my tears rolled into the ocean, and now I'm looking for a reason why you said no one to emotion, 'cause if you're not
Alessia Ray, Germany.
Alessia Ray from Germany, just 14 years old, and an incredibly clean skater. And she's greeted by coach Julia, who has done an incredible job of creating good quality skating skill, clean style. Just unfortunate for Alessia that the opening triple-triple was no success. You can see here, doesn't hit a bad position. And jump technique good, just hesitant. Wasn't the landing she was hoping for the first jump, and bailed on the second. But here, really over her right side, really checking that technique. But just late on exit for the triple loop. But the change of edge and the back inside loop, followed by the toe steps, the construction and composition of the program intended to be very judge friendly, not necessarily the confidence to present or express as maybe the music wanted, but that tends to be something that you would expect to see. Comes with maturity of the athlete, and at just 14 years old, maybe a stretch too far for Alessia at this stage. However, spin position is really good. Maintain speed throughout the difficult features. As we look to that right forward inside bracket turn as the preparatory entry for a good quality double axel. Her coach was a former Holiday on Ice artist and performer. She trains her students well in Dortmund. Choreography by Adam Solya. He featured on the International Skating Union website, detailing some of the choreography and program composition early season. You can check that out on the ISU website.
The scores, please. Alessia has earned in her short program 42.12 points, and she is currently in 11th place.
42.12 for Alessia Ray. We look to see her bounce back for the free skate on Saturday.
Next to skate, representing Indonesia, Kelly Elizabeth Supana.
A young woman who really here to embrace the opportunity to represent Indonesia. She was charming in conversation before the event, and we wish her the best to I Dreamed a Dream for her short program. Kelly Elizabeth Supangat. Well, I defy anybody not to have enjoyed the performance quality from Kelly Elizabeth Supangat. And when it comes to the program component scores and the presentation mark, judges have criteria regarding expressiveness and projection. And I think that Kelly had some of the best that we've seen so far today. Not the technical element score comparable with the others, not close. But you'll see from the slow motion replay that her commitment to the I Dreamed a Dream music was superb. You can see here now, only attempting double loop, but here that commitment to expression, really admirable. And in conversation with Kelly, she explained that she's not here for glory, she's here to represent her country, and she was the athlete that explained that she shares the ice often with hockey skaters. Skaters with hockey pucks flying around. She said, oh, it's only hit me a couple of times. I just carried on. I was spinning. And that is remarkable. She competed in the Junior Grand Prix in 2018 and 2019. She's indeed the first Indonesian to attempt a triple. And she proudly flies the flag for Indonesia. This will be her last year in the junior rank. She's 19 years old now. And she, I'm sure, is acutely aware of the fact that her technical elements will need to increase in difficulty to compete on the senior circuit. But so much to be respected and admired, not just in how she handles her training situation, but in her delivery of the presentation of her program. And can but hope that judges have gone with her in the presentation mark.
Kelly has earned in the short program 34.91 points, and she is currently in 15th place. Next to skate, representing New Zealand, Marika Armstrong, Novi Zealand.
And a skater from another relatively less represented country, from New Zealand, skating to Cinema Italiano, Marika Armstrong. Marika Armstrong, the 17-year-old from New Zealand. And as we've seen with some of the other smaller skating nations less represented, wonderful to see Marika here competing on the Junior Grand Prix here in Ostrava. She posted on her social media that she was in the Czech Republic last Sunday. Her hometown is in Auckland, and so the travel to get to here in itself a huge feat. Her coach is listed as Rosanna Armstrong, so I have to assume that may be family relations. So Huge commitment to getting here. There, the double axel. And choosing double-double combination. And finally, double loop from those traveling 3 turns. And for me, composition of the program was good. There was a lot of musical reference. There was good stylization. And that choreography did reflect the musical form. So good job. Choreographer listed as Isabella Bardua. Marika isn't listed as having competed at a Junior Grand Prix before, so this huge occasion for her and her team. Comes from the Glenburn Figure Skating Club. Can't imagine that in New Zealand they're exposed to the likes of the performance that Mao Shimada gave earlier in the event. So Marika will have taken huge visual inspiration from what she's seen to return to her training rink and try to demand more from herself. She'll be acutely aware of the need to work in the triple jumps. And just to give a little bit of context, the double loop is double toe worth 3.4 at base value. The triple loop is triple toe from Mao Shimada. Triple that.
26 points and is currently in 19th place.
26.96 for Marika Armstrong from New Zealand.
On the ice, representing Bulgaria, Marika Armstrong.
So a young woman whose skates did not arrive with her when she arrived at Krakow Airport. Her skates weren't around. Fortunately, they were recovered. And Maria Manova from Bulgaria will skate to Torna Akasa.
Per fortuna la sua mano, le sue guance rosse, la raccolgo per terra coperto di spine, coi morsi di 1000 serpenti, fermo per le spine, non ho ascoltato quei bastardi normali, con uno sguardo mi ha convinto a prendere il partito, questo è un viaggio che nessuno prima d'ora ha fatto, Alice, le sue meraviglie, il cappellaio matto, cammineremo questa strada, non sarà mai stanco, anche il tempo porterà sui capelli bianchi, mi è rimasto un foglio in mano in mezzo a stiamo un po' di tempo ancora, tanto non c'è fretta, che c'ho una frase scritta in testa ma non l'ho mai detta, perché la vita senza te non può essere perfetta. Quindi Marlena torna a casa, il freddo qua si fa sentire, quindi Marlena torna a casa, che non voglio più aspettare, quindi Marlena torna a casa, il freddo qua si fa sentire, quindi Marlena torna a casa, che non voglio più morire. Io sono un passo dall'ascia che ti racconti, avevo un'ascia per uccide e portavo tagli sui pozzi, oggi mi sento benedetto e non trovo niente da aggiungere, questa città si affaccia quando ci vedrà giungere rinvio, tra l'essere vittime e essere giudice c'è un brio che porta la luce dentro le tenebre di vita, da queste ricchezze spendenti lucide di tutti, come se fossero morti come rinasci. Quindi Marlena torna a casa, che il freddo qua si fa sentire, quindi Marlena torna a casa, che non voglio più aspettare, quindi Marlena torna a casa, che il freddo qua si fa sentire, quindi Marlena torna a casa, che non voglio più sparire.
Maria Manova, Bulgaria.
Well, respect to Maria Manova from Bulgaria. The stress she must have suffered without skates arriving with her at the final airport destination must have been unbelievable. And she will have missed one of the practice sessions here to acclimatise, but not showing any signs of that. Planned program content did desire a triple-triple, but here on the opening triple toe, not enough speed to warrant a second triple, electing to do just triple-double. And here, the intention looked like it was only ever to do the double loop, not the triple. And you see lovely outside spread eagle, stepping into, hesitantly somewhat, the double axel, but cleanly delivered. And now here, the layback, that the illusion, potentially not callable this year. The technical criteria dictate that that illusion at the start of the spin should be in a split type angle as Maria pulls up into Bielmann. Maria and coach Andrei Lutai, personal best from last year's Junior Grand Prix, the Baltic Cup, with 37.78. Maria not shy to international travel. She competed multiple times internationally, traveling around Europe to pursue personal best scores.
Maria has earned her short program the total of 34.71 points, which brings her to the current 16th place.
34.71 for Maria Manova from Bulgaria and into 16th place.
Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Noemi Jos, Szwajcarsko.
Noemi Jus, the second Jus sister, Sarina, currently lying in 5th place with 54.72. Noemi will skate to La Comparsita. It must be an incredibly proud day for Noemi and Serena Yus's parents. Both of these young Swiss skaters skating relatively cleanly. A couple of little mistakes for Noemi. She, the younger sibling at 14 years old, and she comes to this event with less technical difficulty than her sister, who managed a triple lutz, triple toe loop combination compared to the triple salchow double toe, which we saw from Noemi, but nevertheless both on target to show big progression. The triple loop potentially a little bit short of rotation as well. This, the jump combination, and did well being off axis to just pull away with one hand down. And as with her sister, good expression as she steps up into double axel, and no question on the rotation there. And this, the butterfly entry, difficult entry into her flying camel. And the camel up variation there. That element coming in at level 3 from the technical panel. You can see just struggling to fit all of the features in. A little bit bent on the standing leg. Not conducive to the maximum amount of speed of rotation. Can't quite comprehend the amount of stress that her coach will have been under, and her parents, watching both sisters compete. But they can be incredibly proud. I'm sure sibling rivalry will motivate both sisters to keep pushing their boundaries. And after this event, they and their coach, Georgi Chipper, will return to the training rink. They train in Zurich, full of enthusiasm.
Noemi has earned in her short program a total of 43.09 points, which brings her to the current 11th
It's a great
place.
debut for Noemi Yus from Switzerland in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment, into 11th place. Thumbs up.
On the ice, representing Slovenia, Zala Groom, Slovensko.
Another 13-year-old Zala Groom. And she skates to La Terre Vue du Ciel. You can see from Zala Groom's reaction, she disappointed
Zala Groom, Slovenia.
with her short program here in Ostrava. The fall on the jump combination visible in her reaction to the performance. But hopefully coach Katarina Burja will help her realize that this is still developmental work. And these opening transitions showcase a quality that will serve her as she continues to develop her technical skill as well. Another of the skaters opting for the triple loop. They're a little bit under-rotated here. The rocker, counter, change edge, entry into the double axel, followed by this falling leaf, straight out of the Elena Kosternaya usage. Famous Russian skater popularizing that entry and exit. And she famously landed some glorious triple axels a few seasons ago in the senior ranks. Good change of edge in the sit spin position. In the intermediate position, pull up into the eye. Clearly helping that to be level 4 on the change foot combination spin. Just 1 year at advanced novice, Zala's being pushed into the junior ranks. And we'll get to enjoy seeing her development on the Junior Grand Prix now. As given her tender age of 13, we will be able to see her progression within the Junior Grand Prix series before she heads into the senior ranks, courtesy of the change in requirements for minimum age for seniors. And no registered personal best yet for Zala on the ISU biography, so 33.87 will be the target she will aim to beat in the remaining events for her this season.
The junior women's short programs will continue after the ice resurfacing.
So the fourth of 6 groups in this women's short program is completed, with Mao Shimada posting the biggest score of the series so far, 71.49 for the Japanese skater. As we see many different skating nations represented here in the flags on the left of your screen. Still lots to admire right down to the Vietnamese skater Lynn Can Tran, who showcased some classy style in her short program. As we look towards the resurface, again, we can enjoy some of the International Skating Union's Elements Explained series. And the first of those will be opportunity to look at the loop jump, one of the required elements in short program for juniors this year, with Franca Bianconi in Bergamo showing us how the loop should be performed before the second video. And the next required element, the axel jump, which all of both the juniors and the seniors have to perform in their short program. And that will take us to Champéry, and Stéphane Lambiel will present the axel series before the final video, which will be shown with the flip jump. As we look to the Center of Excellence in Detroit, and famed American pair skater Jason Dungeon talking you through the flip, one of the toe jumps. So stay with us for these 3 ISU Elements Explained videos, and then return to watch the final 2 groups of women in the women's short program here in the Ostrava Arena.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence in Bergamo. My name is Franca Bianconi. I'm a figure skating coach and an ISU technical specialist. Today's topic will be the loop jump, which can be single, double or triple. In any case, it's a very, very interesting jump and basic jump for figure skaters. One of the basic moments in the loop jump is the takeoff, of course. And in this takeoff, we want to have all the weight on the skating side, so on the skating hip, with the right side, in this case, really well pulled back, and the left side in front. So once we are very good with the alignment on a good outside edge and the weight on the right side, on the skating side, we want to bend, of course, and then stretch for the takeoff. And when we take off, positions of the legs, movement of the legs is important. The right leg is pressed down while the left leg is coming up in an H position. So this is very important to hold this H position. Thank you for watching us today. If you liked the video, please leave us some comments, and till the next time, ciao!
Hello, my name is Stéphane Ambiel. I'm from the Center of Excellence in Champéry, Switzerland. And with me today we have my colleague Angelo. Together we will introduce you the axel. The axel is one of the most difficult jump out of the 6 jumps. The particularity is that it's the only one that jumps forward.
A bit of history. The axel jump is named after his inventor and creator, Mr. Axel Poulsen from Norway. He performed for the first time this element at the World Championship in 1896. That means in the 19th century. Axel Poulsen actually was more famous as a speed skater, and in fact, he performed the axel with speed skates for the first time.
As we said, the axel is the most difficult, one of the most difficult jump, but it's also the most important, because throughout your career you will have to perform it in every single program, from the young categories to senior, since it's mandatory also in the short program and in the free program. So here is a tip for you.
For us, a very important key point in the axel jump is the direction. Direction of the axel jump is mandatory forward, and that's the most important thing if you want to perform a good axel. In order to focus yourself on this technical key point, we recommend you to practice the axel jump from a standing still position without speed. In fact, without speed, it will be easier to focus on direction.
The direction will remain a key point throughout your progression, from single to double and from double to triple.
In particular, avoid to go inside the circle with your jump. When you're doing the axel from a standing still position, try to find a target in front of you and aim to the target in order to keep the direction forward.
We hope that these informations gave you a little bit of knowledge and how to perform the axel. Please keep following and stay tuned for more fun facts and other tips in figure skating with the ISU Center of Excellence.
Welcome to the ISU Centers of Excellence. My name is Jason Dungeon. I'm a coach on staff at the Detroit Skating Club in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Today, we're going to be speaking about the flip jump. I mean, obviously you've seen it done single, double, triple, and quads now. So, traditionally, the flip is done off either a 3-turn or a mohawk. Today, we're going to see the single and double flip. But what's most important about the flip jump is that when the takeoff commences, you see a clean back inside edge. When I start to teach the single flip, what's important is how we line up the takeoff. All right, so I'll usually have my students stand feet together, arms at their sides. I have them take their right foot, put it back in line with the right shoulder. Cross their hands across their chest, rotate their shoulders, and open up. And that's your takeoff position. So, once we've established our takeoff position, the important thing is to keep your weight on your left foot as you draw back so you can transfer to the right to leave the ice. That is what will keep you on a clean back inside edge. On the single, we draw back, we lift up, foot comes in, toes pointed down, we just stay there. On the double, same takeoff. Now we bring both feet down together. And on a triple, we're going to come up, and as we step down, switch feet and lock our ankles together. Remember, it's a toe jump, which means I must put my toe in the ice before I try to jump. That's one of the most common mistakes I see. And secondly, the one thing we never ever have to move when we jump is our head. It should always stay very still through the whole jumping process. So, I hope you found this video helpful. I hope you got some good pointers from it, and I hope it helps you find the flip of your future. Thank you, and good luck.
Welcome back to the Ostrava Arena, where the penultimate group of women take to the ice. Currently, the top 3 skaters so far come from Japan, Korea, and America. And in this final 2 flights, there are more skaters to represent those nations who will contend for the top spots heading into the free skate on Saturday. So the women have a day off tomorrow. They're still able to practice in the practice rink here in Ostrava, but their free skate will take place on the final day of competition here on Saturday. Mao Shimada from Japan was incredible in her short program, and her PDF showcases program components in the mid-7s. For those of you not familiar with the scoring system, each and every one of the competitors will be scored in 3 different program component scores. Those are new this season. The first of them will be composition, the second presentation, and finally the skating skills. And those are scored out of a maximum of 10 points in each of those 3 components, with a 10 being an extreme rarity to be seen. Last season, most 10s awarded were in the ice dance category to Olympic champions Gabriella Papadakis and Guillaume Cizeron from France, who won, turning their silver from the previous Olympic Games into gold in Beijing. And this is the beginning of that new Olympic cycle. So the coaches and athletes, many of them will have their sights set upon Torino, Milano, the host of the 2026 Winter Olympics, as the games return to Europe. And this season, the International Skating Union has changed the minimum age requirement in the senior ranks. And this year, women can compete at seniors if they've reached the age of 15, which has been the case for multiple years. But next season, that age minimum will move up to 16. And then finally, in the 2024 start of season, skaters have to have reached the age of 17 before they can compete in the senior ranks. And based on results of the past few Olympic cycles, it's the women's category that will affect the most. With many 15-year-olds being triumphant at the games. Think back to the 1998 Olympics in Nagano when Tara Lipinski became the youngest Olympic gold medal winner from the United States of America. She would not be age eligible now. And that is a factor for some of the competitors that we see competing here. We'll have to enjoy watching them on the junior ranks and see their development. As Ted so rightly mentioned in Courchevel, France last week, we're going to get to enjoy an increasing depth of field in the juniors over this next Olympiad. So coming up for 20 to 8 in the evening, local time in Ostrava. And so the women competing in these final 2 groups will have had practice earlier today based on their draw for the competition as well. As we see Elise Gracie on your screen, the second American competing. And that combination, triple toe loop, the most difficult combination that we've seen in the event so far.
Ladies, there's 1 minute left in your warm-up.
But based upon practices, we can expect to see some triple axels performed in the free skate in the women's event. We saw that last week in Courchevel. Hana Yoshida being triumphant with just a step out of her triple axel in the free skate. And potentially maybe even the current third-ranked skater Mia Callan, who competed for the States earlier on. She known to land quadruple toe loops relatively comfortably in practice as well. And there you see Laureen Shield from France. Two of her training mates competed last week in Courchevel. It's her turn this week as we see Rohina Garcia de Leon Saab from Mexico with coach Doug Haw as she prepares to start this penultimate group of women.
First skate in this group, representing Mexico, Rohina Garcia de Leon Saab, Mexico.
Rohina Garcia de Leon Saab, she competed in the Junior Grand Prix last year in Courchevel. She was 14th at that event with a personal best of 36.46, skating to Libertango by Piazzolla. Finishing with two solid level 4 spins at the end of Rohina's short program. But she'll be gravely disappointed with the aborted double axel attempt. She attempted it again, but it had already been ratified by the technical panel. Such a shame. Here we see transitional content leading into the back three mohawk for the triple salchow, and in combination with double toe, and electing just for double loop. Cleanly done. And then here, showcase the double axel, but prior to that, she'd done that amazing cantilever spread eagle, but just popped the initial double axel attempt, consuming that box on the PDF. But as with all of the skaters, great learning opportunity. And coach Doug Haw making sure she embraces the moment in the kiss and cry here. And that's exactly the kind of reaction that a coach should give to the disappointment. All of the skaters desperate to skate cleanly, of course. Nobody goes out there wanting to make mistakes. So great to have a coach who's supportive and respectful of their desire to do well. And Rohina spends much of her training time in America as well, in Ann Arbor. And that offers her more training opportunity, more training time, and chance to learn from some other athletes enduring the same kind of physical stresses and demands of training at this elite level. On our coaching staff is also Michelle Cantu, who was the 2006 Mexican champion.
Rohina has earned in her short program the total of 34.67 points, which brings her to the current 18th place. On the ice, representing Austria, Hannah Frahm, Krakow.
Another 13-year-old here, Hannah Frank, in her first Junior Grand Prix, skating to the bold music from Ozzy Osbourne and Metallica. Hannah Frank from Austria. Some of the best spins in the competition so far, choosing unique and creative spin positions with excellent speed. Really admirable spinning, just unfortunate that the two of the main jumping elements didn't go as planned for Hannah Frank, but love her skating, loads of energy in her performance. She had a lovely double axel start, and this triple toe looked good. Just slightly under-rotated on that second triple toe, but you can see here creativity and great centering, great speed on the change of edge in the camel. Here creativity in the intermediate position, maintaining that center in the sit forward. And the judges want to see good speed, good controlled, clear positions, and that she had. This, though, was intended to be a triple, and just doubling out on the loop, which lowers the base value significantly. Difficult entry with the drag, and then the illusion. Hand behind the back on that first layback to the side, then to the back. And look at the increase in speed as she goes up into Bielman position. So not only level 4 with the difficult exit there, but very good grade of execution as well. So loads to be admired from the 13-year-old.
Disperse, please. Hannah has earned in her third program the total of 45.78 points.
So given the mistakes, still a strong score, 45.78 for Hannah Frank. And we'll see her in the free skate on Saturday.
On the ice, representing China, Jiang Chang, China.
Jiang Chang from China. Skating to Thibin and a lifetime. Clean skate for Jiang Chang from China.
Jiang Chang from China.
Just 16 years old. She turned 17 just 5 days before Christmas, but displayed maturity through her short program here. And you can see here, transitional content, varied and multi-directional. And here, the jump combination, going for triple-triple. Not enough speed to consider a triple toe on the end of the loops. A little tentative going into the double axel, but clean. She's previously worked with Liu Chen, who was the 1995 world champion, two-time Olympic bronze medalist, and you can see a little bit of that influence in Jiang skating. A little bit of a delay on the triple loop, which you're about to see. Climbs up with the H shape and pushes the free leg down, manages to get the rotation called cleanly, and that late in the program, so she will benefit from an extra 10% on the base value of the element. Just areas of refinement, as you see in the layback, just the free leg being pointed and extended, that little finishing touches which can be worked on, but great spike position, demonstrating incredible flexibility both in the legs and in the back. Figure skating, the sport requiring the third most flexible sport known in Olympic Games. Such are the demands of our sport. Flexibility, strength, and incredible mental toughness, as with any elite sport. But these young women today demonstrating that in abundance.
Jane has earned in her short program the total of 49.67 points, and she's currently...
So just under the 50 mark range, 49.67 for Jiang Chang, and into 7th place.
Next to skate, representing the United States of America, Elise Gracie.
Elise Gracie, the second of 2 American women competing here. And she will skate to the prayer. Beautiful skating to beautiful music for Elise Gracie from America. And her American teammates cheer her on. But I'm sure as she leaves the ice, she will be frustrated with the lack of jump combination, as her coach greets her off the ice. You can see from these opening movements, glorious posture, elegant stylization. And that, the opening triple loop with the change edge and the body movement. Fingertip extension, you can see here. A Wally. As preparation leading towards rocker. Change edge, back inside 3-turn and stepping up into double axel. Followed by a lovely back twizzle and the forward inside extension. But here's when things started to go awry. Good outside edge on takeoff, no doubt there, but just stepping out similar and akin to what she did on the warm-up and not putting it in combination, which will be costly. I think Elise Gracie from the States, arguably better program component scores than her teammate, but unfortunately the jump combination is so valuable in points, which will make it difficult to stay ahead of Mia Kalin from America as well. Elise's mum is here as her chaperone. And I hope that they can create special memories traveling through Europe, representing her nation. Special times. Excellent layback spin feature as she pulls up into the Bielman spin position. And using the difficult exit. Staying on one foot, taking the rocker turn as exit. Naomi Narinam, star of US figure skating in the late 90s, is her coach.
The scores, please. Elise has earned in her short program the total of 56.15 points, which is currently in fourth place.
So no jump combination, but still in contention, moving into fourth place for Elise Lynn Gracie.
Next to Spain, representing France, Laureen Shield, France.
An ever-present encouragement from the French team for Laureen Shield as she marks through the jumping passes that she will use in her short program. She intends to start with triplets, triple toe combination. And delight for Laureen Shield from France, a clean skate.
Laureen Shield, France.
For the European Youth Olympic champion, she won gold at that event earlier this year. And she lays down a clean skate here in Ostrava as she heads towards Malika Tahir. Two of her training mates competed in Courchevel last week, both of them displaying the same kind of quality that Laureen has, but not delivering their best skates at that event. So Laureen taking the mantle for coach Malika Tahir. And this, the opening looks good edge, slightly off axis, rechecks for triple toe in the combination, triple hitch, triple toe. And brilliant spring and elevation as you look at the loop. And transitioning out with the back three turn into the forward inside twizzle. And as so many have done, rocker counter, touching down this time for the extension. Look at the ice coverage still as she heads up into a big double axel. And great to see a team of skaters from Europe in France, all showing quality, and I'm sure will be pushing each other with their coach Malika to being competitive on the world stage. Laureen represented France at the Junior World Championships in Estonia. She finished in 16th place there, but hasn't been in the top 10 at Junior Grand Prix yet. That could change. Personal best from Junior Worlds of 54.58.
The scores, please. Laureen has earned in her short program the total of 58.07 points, and she's currently in 4th place.
Laureen Shield splits the two American competitors to move into 4th place with 58.07.
On the ice, representing Czech Republic, Lucia Datlova.
The third and final Czech competitor, Lucy Datlova, will skate to music from The Greatest Showman soundtrack. And a great finish coming out of the combination spin for Lucy Datleva. Third and final Czech skater competing in the women's short program here in Ostrava. And Lucy splits her training time between here in the Czech Republic and in Switzerland. Bold choice of music, the Greatest Showman soundtrack. And the challenge with using such a used and well-known piece is the need to live up to that level of choreography seen within the film. There, the opening triple salto, double toe, just a little bit short of rotation there. Here, the regular bracket turn entry up into double axel. Just a little scratch in the landing as she enters into the third and final jumping pass. Not sure if the intention was to go for a triple loop, but electing to do the double. And just looking at the judges' input, the skating skills for Lucy, the highest of the three components awarded to her, judges recognizing that her flow, power and speed recognized there. Not as high on the composition and the presentation of the program. So perhaps following the event, she'll review some of the transitional content and the presentation itself to this, her Greatest Showman soundtrack. But I did love that. The finish position was great as she's seen with coach in the kiss and cry. Wonderful for her to represent the home nation here in Ostrava. And the coach getting the memo for costume color with her trousers.
The scores, please. Lucia has earned in her short program a total of 34.14 points, and she's currently in 23rd place.
Lucy goes into 23rd of the 29 skaters that have competed so far.
Skaters may now take the ice for a warm-up. From Hungary, Vivian Pat. From Japan, Ikura Koshida. From Iceland, Gdansk. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, Zara Jose. From the Republic of Korea, Elise Gracie. And from Italy, Kiara Mini.
The final 6 skaters take to the ice with Japanese competitor on your screen now. Ikura Koshida, one of the likely favorites in this group. (8:15) local time here in the evening. So a later start time for the competition than many of the women will be used to. And that's just another of the aspects which these International Junior Grand Prix events offer them a chance to get accustomed to. And whilst the expected favourites within this group of competitors will come from Japan and Korea, great to see representation from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mao Shimada still has the lead by almost 9 points, which is a sizable margin heading into the free skate. I'm sure this remaining group of 6, particularly the Korean and the Japanese competitors, will have their eyes upon pushing up into the 70s. Following this group, This will close the competition today, this last group of women in the short program. And tomorrow we start with the rhythm dance, 11:30 local time here in Ostrava, followed by the conclusion of the pairs event. That will take place 2:30 local time. And the final event of the middle day of competition will be the men's free skate. The leader in the men's event so far, Minkyoso from Korea. He, the surprise leader potential at this stage. He leads with 74 points in the men's event. And he amassed that big score without the use of the triple axel, which Nozumo Yoshioka and Andreas Nordbach used to find themselves in second and third of the 21 men competing. We would love to hear from you here at the International Skating Union using the hashtag JGPFigure. I want to know any questions that you may have. We'd love to hear from you and know from where you are watching this, the second event on the Junior Grand Prix Series. And as with the first Grand Prix event in France last week, the eyes of the figure skating world will be upon this venue. Competitors around the world looking to see how technical panels will assess some of the new criteria for level features. And indeed looking to see how the judges will utilize the 3 components instead of 5 components that have now been put into place this season and onward.
Ladies, there is 1 minute left in your warm-up.
So the final minute of the warm-up. And although they will have had practice earlier today, they have felt a long day waiting in preparation for their chance to skate, those that are drawn in this final group of competitors. And on the whole, it's been a great event for the women. We saw in Courchevel, France last week, one of the heavy favourites who started the women's short in France, struggled, and that seemed to pave the way for a bit of a challenging short programme for the women. But many more clean, personal best type skates here in the Czech Republic. As the skaters use the closing seconds to cool down before 5 of them will leave the ice, leaving Hungary's Vivian Pat,
Please leave the ice.
who will be the first to skate in this final group.
First to skate in this group, representing Hungary, Vivian Pat, Madarsko.
Charismatic and expressive skater from Hungary, 14-year-old Vivian Pat, skating to 2 steps from hell. One of my favorite things to see on the Junior Grand Prix, a delighted youngster, understandably so proud of what they have just showcased. And a great advert for all of the hard work that has gone into Vivian Pat's training as she's greeted by a delighted coach. And at this stage, particularly in the junior ranks, the competitions can be really learning opportunities, but it's wonderful to see it come good. As we see Vivian, she started with the double axel, and here Wally jump into triple lutz, double toe, big climb up into that. Only ever intended to do triple double. Knows what she's capable of at this stage. I'm sure she'll be working on the triple triple ardently in practice. And that, her flying camel entry with the camel up feature, changing into the donut spin position, trying to establish each difficult feature. And gain the level 4. Twice, Vivian has been in the top 10 at Junior Grand Prix last season. And here, as you see her delivering a triple loop, I just think that might be a little under-rotated, but her highlight, definitely some of the transitional content. This beautiful Ina bar, filled with expression, body movement, and abundance with multi-directional skating, that inside cherry hop. And look at that commitment to the performance for the judges. Into the final layback spin. And that came in at a level 4 with that difficult exit. She works with coach Angelina Torenko, Andrew Meekins on this short program. And a great vehicle for her as she looks to improve upon the 25th place she had at the World Junior Championships. She'll be eager to qualify for the free skate if she is selected for Hungary at Junior Worlds next year.
A total of 54.22 points, and she's currently in 8th place. Next to skate, representing Japan, Ikura Koshida, Japansko.
Japanese women finished first and second at the Junior Grand Prix last week in France. And Mao Shimada leads the field from Japan, leading up to Ikura Koshida's skate. She will skate to music from the Red Violin. Brilliant choreography for Ikura Koshida from former Japanese ice dance champion Kathy Reed. Definitely delivering the judges what they want for the musical sensitivity and timing to that. Obviously the big mistake on the triple loop, but interesting just to see that the program layout was an indication that perhaps just a little bit less confident with the jumping ability than her compatriot, using the jump combination early on and saving the triple loop for later in the program. By putting the jumping passes later in the program, it increases the difficulty physically upon the athlete. This, the triple loops, definitely a little bit under-rotated there. And this heading up into double axel. Nice body movement on the change of edge there. Definitely giving choreography reflecting this Spanish piece. You can see here just a little hesitant and definitely a little under-rotated in that triple loop as well. So costly error, but as she left the ice, it looked like she was mindful of where she was at. This fabulous transition, skid in that spiral position before heading into what was a very good level 4 layback. So I'm sure Ikura will be desperately keen to place within the top 6 after this short program to secure a place in that final group heading into the free skate. Currently, Estonia's Natalie Langebauer finds herself in 6th place with a score of 56, just behind American Elise Gracie with 56.15.
The scores, please. Ikura has earned in her short program the total of 55.67 points, and she's currently
So
in
Ikura,
7th place.
just behind that, finds herself in 7th place after her short program.
Next to skate, representing Iceland, Julia Silvia Gunnarsdóttir, Island.
Encouraged onto the ice by coach Benjamin Magyar. Iceland's Julia Silvia will skate to Pray for My Lie. bookmarking the choreography with the same finish position as start position. And unfortunately for Julia Silvia, the score cannot be strong because of so many mistakes. However, potentially one of the best pieces of composition. So much musicality throughout from start to finish. Each of the movements punctuating the bold music choice. And it's just unfortunate that those 3 mistakes will give her a score that is not relating to the quality of so much of the composition of the program. Here you can see bold to take the knee slide start before having to attempt the difficult elements. So many skaters wanted to conserve energies at the start of the program for later on within the choreography, but not Julia. Just a tough fall on that triple salchow. But here, commitment to intensity of the program, and all of these arm movements were strongly on music point. And that criteria for the presentation and the composition, musical sensitivity and timing, just unfortunately that double axel and this loop. That's where concentration had gone, just the double loop and a nasty fall. But here, look at that commitment to the contemporary choreography. It's really important now for Benjamin Nagyar to support Julia through tomorrow's practice and try to turn the frustration of today's performance around.
The scores, please. Julia has earned in her short program the total of 34.01 points, and she's currently in 26th place. On the ice, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, Zara Jose.
So, big moment for Zara from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Her hometown is in Sarajevo, home to the 1984 Winter Olympics. And she will skate to Roxy from the Chicago soundtrack. Punchy finish to the music from the Chicago soundtrack.
Zala Groom, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
As I said, Zara, hometown of Sarajevo. And she's competed often already this season, or this year indeed, 3 outings in 2022. And you can see at the start of the program, embracing the Roxy theme. And this, the opening double axel, looks like it's still in its developmental stage. It's a mandatory required element. Here, she succeeded with the double loops, but just making the second part of the combination a toe axel jump. So the technique still needing refinement. And a lot of preparation heading into this double loop. Cleanly done. So Zara competed on the Junior Grand Prix and has a personal best of 14.28 from 3 years ago. And it's looking like she's going to beat that here in Ostrava with a level 3 change foot combination spin showing up from the technical panel. And a level 2 on the sit spin and the flying camel as well. Debriefing with coach Carlo Pozgacic. And great to see laughter and smiles in the kiss and cry. Lots of the women skating well this evening in Ostrava, and paving the way for the free skate on Saturday.
The scores, please. Zara has earned in her short program the total of 80.78 points, and she's currently in 32nd place. On the ice, representing Republic of Korea,
the penultimate skater in the women's short program, Hee Soo Han from Korea. Music by Philip Glass. And her program starts with triple loops, triple toe loop combination. What a brilliant example of fighting spirit from Hee Soo-han from Korea. I was almost in disbelief at the fall on opening triple loops, but every other element utterly attacked. And she couldn't have squeezed out much more from the 6 remaining elements in her short program. Brilliant speed through the spins. And you can see from these opening sections of the program the energy and conviction to the choreography as well. These Korean athletes so well trained. Change of edge a little bit on that Lutz. And that was a nasty, surprising fall for her. And I'm sure her brain will have been whirring with the consequences of that mistake. So it took her time heading into the triple loop. Knew this was an absolute necessity to stay in any kind of contention. And delivered on the triple loop. And again, back to that same level of conviction to the multi-dimensional movement that was used within the choreography. And like her compatriot, excellent back flexibility in this spike type position, head on leg, making it look effortlessly easy when it is indeed not at all. So much time will have been done off the ice to work that range of movement, much too as the back flexibility demonstrated in the Ina Bauer, which she used as transitional content heading into the double axel. And body movement just abundant throughout the program there, as you saw in the landing. Here, change of edge. One feature established. Another epic example of her flexibility and range on the sit side now. Intermediate position as well. But great speed throughout. The fall will be costly, but I think the program component scores will keep
Discourse, please.
Hee Soo-han in contention.
Hee Soo has earned in her short program the total of 57.06 points and is currently in fifth.
So 57.06, and the audience react to finding her in 5th place and securing a spot in the final warm-up group for the free skate.
On the ice, representing Italy, Kiara Mini, Italia.
14-year-old Kiara Mini is the final skater in this women's short program. And she will skate the beautiful music from the East of Eden soundtrack. Disappointment for the final competitor in the women's short program, Kiara Mini, who, although she finds herself having a positive grade of execution on every element, the base value of those elements isn't what she was looking for, just managing a double flip combination and a double loop on its own. Not the triples that she intended. But good to see the coach realizing there's nothing that can be done now and treating it with the agility that will help the situation rather than wallowing in the frustration. And then here you can see good body movement, nice turn out of the free leg, fingertips extending to the judges right up until the jumping element. But to give context, that as a double flip is only worth 1.7 points at base value. The triple flip would have been 5.3. And the double loop just 1.7 points as opposed to the triple, which would have been 4.9. So you can imagine the impact that would have had on the technical element score. But component score, the second mark, strong based upon the quality of the edge work demonstrated here within the step sequence. She had good musicality throughout as you see her transitioning within the steps. Kiara trains in Merano. And this being her first Junior Grand Prix, indication still the development. She's only 14 years old. She'll turn 15 later this month.
The scores, please. Kiara has earned in her short program the total of 40.75 points.
So based on the strength of her program component scores, Kiara Mini scores 40.75 to find herself in 20th place of the 35 competitors. And that concludes the women's short program, the third and final event on this first day of competition in Ostrava. Mao Shimada has a comfortable lead. And there behind that you see 3rd to 7th place, very tight, and it continues close contention for really the top 10 competitors heading into the free skate. Join us tomorrow for the start of the ice dance competition, which will start proceedings here in Ostrava with the rhythm dance. And then we will look forward to medals being awarded and decided in the pairs free skate and the men's free skate. I'm Mark Henretti. Thank you for joining us today. And we look forward to seeing more great skating tomorrow in Czech Skate 2022.